What up, Roman? Emmy? What's poppin' with y'all today? I see a little bit of YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
chase viral moments or cheap scares. Instead, it documents the quiet intensity of true wilderness exploration. Led by Oliver, the channel focuses on raw, immersive journeys through some of the most remote corners of the American Southwest, where isolation, history, and nature all collide. In this case,
go outside for a little minute. Enjoying that day out here. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy the outside. You know what I'm saying? We got the car out here. Got the car out here. Them people still been gone for like a minute. Like, they ain't even at the house. I wonder what they doing, though. They've been gone for like a while. Like, for real. Yeah, it's crazy. Definitely crazy. Yeah, we outside, though. We outside with it. Definitely outside with it, my boy. I don't know. There's somebody down the street, though.
fallen logs, rotting trunks, and loose debris. More comfortable. It mimics the steady rhythm of axe work, but there's no one around.
Hey, my boy. We chilling outside today. Yeah, outside chilling. What's good? Everything's good, man. Just having chilling. It's a outside night. Chilling. Everything's good. Just chilling. Enjoying the outside. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful out tonight. Yeah, it's definitely beautiful out tonight for sure. Yeah, definitely for sure. Definitely. You know, teaching for teaching. Oh. About to roll up and smoke out back and relax. Oh shit, that's what's up. That's how you start your night for real. That's how you start your night, my boy. That's how you start your night. That's what's up. Many. Oh, you got there. Mm.
I'll be having days off and shit like tomorrow. I don't work tomorrow. I got the day off tomorrow. They say guarantee we getting money money. Yeah, bitch, we hit the spot. Red beam up on your face, it's like you got the chicken pox. Man, where I'm from, every day, bitch, the body drops. Man, where I'm from, half a niggas talking to the cops. Guarantee we getting money, bitch, we up in the field. Man, where I'm from, every day, niggas getting killed. Bodies, man, they piled up, put them in a body bag. Yeah, but he sneak this and we up on his ass. Guarantee we getting money, nigga, we ain't done yet. You put me on the beat, it's gonna be an upset. Put somebody on that bitch, fuck it, it's a triple threat. Yeah, man, you can catch me where the money at. Yeah, bitch, I'm hyped up. Yeah, bitch, I'm hyped down. I make a nigga get down with these 50 rounds. Make a nigga get down. Man, call him James Brown. Man, I'm on from. Yeah, bitch, we don't fuck around. I don't ever need a beat. I don't even got it right. I just spit dog, man.
You seen
Guarantee my
the
shit
new
tight. Different color
Battlefield
J's,
6
bitch, she
game
looking like
coming up,
Michael
coming
Jackson,
again?
Murder Rock.
Yeah, I
Like
seen
Michael
Battlefield. I
Scott,
can't play
bitch,
the
like
beta
Michael
though.
Jackson, high as fuck. Yeah, I'm
No,
stuck
that's
in the cut.
crazy. I can't play the beta because I don't have the sports. But I ain't gonna lie, I'm probably gonna end up trying it. I might. I don't know. I'm gonna try to play it though. I'm gonna give it a try. Cause right now, Call of Duty, I don't want to play that shit at all. Well, I still play it, but not like that. I need something going to play. I need something going to give me like some gun action, like something good compared to Call of Duty gun action. So I don't know. I'm gonna give it a try though and see how the game is. So I'm gonna give it a try though. I'm gonna give it a try though. I might like it or I might not like it. I don't know. I might like it though. So I don't know. I might like it though. Enter tape use. Yeah, so I ain't doing nothing. Chilling, enjoying the day. Enjoying the day. Enjoying the day, my buddy boy. Well, I'm gonna give it a try though. I might get that new Battlefield try. I might give it a try. Yeah. That nigga. Hey, that dude sent me supposed to give me some pop, man. He ain't come give me no pop. He straight lied to me.
Bitch, I got that space.
He straight lied to me.
If you told me a few years ago that both my fiance and I would be working remote tech jobs, making more money than ever.
This is Doc. Status of the active shooter.
Mm. Police get so high. Who's not the first? Still take these dogs and kill them.
They have now officially found the body of an alien creature.
I mean,
悪いね。1年間もスパイみたいなことさせて。他の部下たちは？殺練って給料高いし、福利厚生しっかりしてるし、そっちよりだいぶホワイトでしたよ。開発部勤務なんで今頃死んでますね。ごめんね。腐敗した殺練をリセットしよう。
Damn. Gotta come quick as hell.
なんか来た。学の野郎っすかね。僕の分は貼ったよ。お前は宇月元君。給油が太っている姿はなんだか物悲しいものだね。坂本さんと知り合い？昔の名前は忘れてほしい。スラーの方が気に入ってるんだ。スラー？質問が多いな。君ってそんな喋るやつだっけ？やめろ。それにさ、本気でやりに来なよ。道はそれしかないんだ。いいところだったのに。いやいや、あんなやべえじじいいるなんて聞いてねえって。帰るよ、学年。ボスのいいとこ見てみたいっす。勘弁して。僕、行こうさ。おやすいこうよ。帰った。
So I tried this website called Hint. It shows you what your soulmate looks like. And this is what I got.
でけえっすね。ここが殺練っすか。チャリどこに止めればいいっすか。
一般の方でしょうか？
ああ、いや、俺たち殺練の殺し屋じゃないから。
ここに入館証か社員証が必要なんですが、入社ということで殺練の規定にも。
ああいう写真って急に撮りますもんね。ボス、 殺練のライセンスないんすか？写真写りが悪かったから捨てちゃったよ。しかし久しぶりに入るとなると。ああ、わかるっす。俺も髪切った次の人がクラス入り調するな。冬休み明けの新学期みたいな気持ちだ。調子でばおとなしく。死んでないと思ったら嘘つきは嫌いなんだ。無理でしょう。僕ね、今バイト中なんだ。ラグもちょっと店の変わってくれ。葵たちが心配だ。まあ友達の頼みなら仕方ないよね。あんま壊さないでね。素顔の連絡先とかないのね。お前何を？携帯借りてるよ。俺のスマホいつの間に。ふざけやがって。返せ！特別に死に方選ばせてあげるよ。どれで行きたい？毎回同じやり方じゃ飽きちゃうしね。これね、6つの機能があって。てめえ、人を舐めすぎだ。だって俺の方だ。あれ？選ばないの？どこだ？宴会用の缶切りだよ。ああ、坂本君に殺される。男みてえだな。器用なやつだな。切れる糸だ。ただ不思議と体は軽い気がする。君さ、さっきから思ってたんだけど、ガサツすぎる。俺はガサツじゃない。
After my American boyfriend proposed to me, he promised to take me on a vacation to Miami and Hawaii. But he didn't tell me that it's Miami and Hawaii in Kazakhstan. The beach looked impressive, just like the view from the window. To go for a swim, you have to run outside in minus 17 degrees. And there were icicles on the water slides. I've never seen a lifeguard by the pool wearing a coat before. And he was taking breaks in the sauna to warm up. There were only 2 working water slides, but they had more bars in the water park than water slides. And my fiance was especially impressed with unlimited beer for $9. After my American boyfriend proposed to me,
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it's definitely crazy. your little friend? Got a new little friend? Then you got the little cats and shit. Yeah, little cats. They little baby cats. Oh, baby cats. Oh, baby cats. Yep, got the little cats. Got the little baby cats. You know what I'm saying? Just want to come outside for a little minute. Say enjoy the outside.
Waiting. But Ren doesn't stop to confirm. He turns back fast, hoping whatever he saw is captured in the footage. Back in the safety of his car, he tries to settle down, brushing his teeth, rolling out his sleeping bag, convincing himself nothing will happen. But in a
What up,
place
T?
like
What
this,
you up to?
sleep is fragile.
What you up to, T?
Every creak could be a footstep. Every rustle of wind, a breath against the window. Still, somehow, the night passes. No knocks, no laughter, just silence. Eventually, morning arrives with a delicate calm. The sun cuts through the trees and side streets. Birds
Turn your
return to
game
their
on? Oh,
branches,
okay.
and the fear of the night slips into memory. Ren prepares breakfast slowly, crafting a sandwich from leftover cabbage and croquette. But the image lingers, those glowing eyes hovering in the dark. At least now, he is without explanation. So what do you think Ren saw out there? Just a curious animal? Or something else entirely? Hiding in the shadows, waiting just beyond the light? Let me know your thoughts. With all that in mind, we now turn to one last story, shared by Brian's Paranormal Travels, a channel defined by quiet intensity, where the supernatural isn't shouted from the rooftops, but whispered from forgotten corners. This time, Brian had pitched his tent on the edge of Amsterdam, just a short walk from one of the city's most obscure and unsettling places, a long abandoned cemetery known only as the House of Question. His plan was simple: explore by day, document what he could, and find out whether the dark legends tied to this site were rooted in something real. But what he encountered in those overgrown burial grounds would rattle even the most rational mind.
So I tried this website called Hint.
Just look how nature is taking it back.
This is what I got.
How incredible. Oh, I was just walking here and I got some hits on the internet. And it's kind of like I get this sense when I'm walking that I feel a sense of cold and eeriness in a way. How do you explain? Like right now, I sincerely got chills. And I looked down and I saw the EMF going off. Yeah, right here. And here's the thing, my spirit in the cylinder keeps on turning itself off. I'm not quite sure if that's a problem with my phone or is something in the cemetery turning it off. It doesn't want something to communicate with me.
Alone among leaning gravestones and creeping ivy, Brian's EMF reader began to spike without warning. The forest held its breath. Light filtered through the trees in golden slants, but the feeling wasn't warm. It was watchful. Something was there, and whatever it was close.
Oh my, look at that. That's a huge one with like a stone fence there. Oh my goodness. Incredible. So I'm getting the feeling that something must be to go to this back, and try to avoid it because it sounds like in that part of the city there's a lot of construction working. Wow. So I have the vibe to come over here. Oh my. Look at that. These trees are just absolutely stunningly beautiful. I mean, look at this. They're really incredible trees. And I noticed the noise over there from the construction being louder and more harsh. And I don't think that has anything to do with the graveyard, but maybe it's antagonizing the spirits here. But I had the sense it wanted me to come back here. It said, oh, look, I'm here. That's what it just said. I got the sincere vibe to come back in this area. So look what I just found. These are children's graves. Oh, no, they're not. This person was almost 100 years old.
Drawn into the far back corner of the cemetery, a place he tried to avoid because of the surrounding city noise, Brian couldn't ignore the pull any longer. The EMF lit up again and again, steady now, relentless. He could feel it before he saw anything. The atmosphere shifted. He wasn't just walking through a haunted location. He was being watched inside of it.
Fond memories here. Oh my, look how sad. This one 1905 to 1915. That poor girl's only 2 years old. Maybe that's one of the children's spirits they say they hear here in the cemetery. My goodness, and there's another one in here. Oh, I am literally, I'm being followed through here. And it's a really, really strange vibe. It's an old man. It's not it's just, it keeps following me around. And it's really the creepiest thing ever. I had that happen at a cemetery in Paris, where some old dude just happened to pop up on me near a crypt, and in years, I literally have this old dog following me around. I've been going around the cemetery for a while. I stopped filming and I just wanted to take some photos of looking around. Wow, everywhere I turn and everything, the body's literally right over there. And every time, and I said hello to him as I walked by. He didn't even respond. He just gave me a really weird look.
That's when Brian saw him. A man, old, pale. He never spoke, never moved with purpose, but he mirrored Brian's movements. When Brian shifted paths, the man did too. No words, no gestures, just that same unyielding presence, cold, territorial, and eerily in control. Brian called out, but got no response. Only a stare that said more than any words ever could. Brian had only intended to camp nearby, film a quick exploration, and move on. But something about that place wouldn't let go. And though he left the cemetery behind, the feeling didn't leave him. Some locations don't need darkness to haunt you. Some do it in full daylight and still follow you home. Now that was all for the video. If you enjoyed these horrifying clips, subscribe to my channel and click to see more on the video on screen.
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm just playing the game too, T. I ain't the only one. I was playing the game, but not no more.
venturing into the woods.
Talk report. Suspect have a foothold in this area and are refusing to...
Idiot.
July 3rd, 2025. A message appears on the dark web that, honestly, just breaks every rule of cybercrime. Hunters International, which is one of the world's most...
Not everything caught on camera can be explained. People acting in terrifying ways, things moving on their own, and police officers always expect the unexpected, but ghosts, demons, and terrifying entities, that's not part of the usual call. In today's video, we'll see how even the most seasoned cops were left terrified when faced with things they could never have imagined.
Get on the ground. Woo! Jackpot alert! Looks like another BetMGM casino player hit biz. Woo! Get on the ground! Right now!
Police responded to reports of strange activity at an abandoned house that was already rumored to be haunted. The place looked untouched, dusty, and decaying. While clearing each room, one officer's body cam captured something unsettling, a shadowy figure slipping out of frame. But it didn't stop there. They found a girl standing still, facing the wall. When the officer called out, she silently walked away. Moments later, she appeared directly in front of him without a sound. Experts reviewing the footage suggested it could be a residual haunting or an intelligent entity reacting to their presence. The girl's identity remains unknown. Some believe the house holds dark energy that reactivates when disturbed. The officers were left shaken, refusing to return. Scary screams.
Yeah, I don't return there either. Shit.
Officers were dispatched to check on a house long rumored to be haunted. Neighbors claim they've been hearing strange sounds for days. Cries, footsteps, and doors slamming shut. As one officer approached the front steps, a blood-curdling scream erupted from inside, turning away the officer's steps.
Yep. My boy.
In another incident, two officers were approaching a remote house at night when they heard a loud scream, scaring them away. Some believe it might be someone pranking the officers. Others said something wanted to be heard, and still does. Creepy
You know what the hell that shit is? I was trying to run through.
While searching for a suspect in Brazil, officers entered an abandoned property. only to come face to face with something they couldn't explain. Their body cams captured a chilling moment. A heavy door began slamming open and shut at full speed with no one nearby. The officers paused, visibly shaken, clearly not expecting anything like it. We rarely see documented cases of paranormal activity involving law enforcement, but this one left no room for doubt. Some called it a textbook poltergeist encounter. Others believed something darker was at work. Either way, the officers didn't stick around long. Empty car.
More officers, they know when to get out of there.
Something truly chilling came out of Texas. Police had pulled over to check an empty car parked along a quiet road. Its windows were all fogged up, like someone had been sitting inside for a while. But when officers looked in, there was no one. No driver, no passenger, nothing. Just an eerie silence. They decided to leave it and walk away, but later, while reviewing the dash cam footage, they spotted something bone-chilling. A hand pressed up against the glass from the inside. A clear, solid imprint. And yet, not a single soul had been in that car. Whatever that was, it didn't want to be seen, but the camera caught it anyway. Body cam entity. Next up, we have footage that even many officials couldn't deny. When a woman called the police regarding a disturbance in the residential area, they quickly responded and questioned the woman.
What's your name?
Irene.
Irene. What's your last name, Irene?
Bedard Wilson.
When they didn't find anything significant, they decided to let the woman stay the night in the house. But they were called back quickly, and this time the camera caught something terrifying. The woman seemed to be running away from something, and just then a dark fluid-like entity was seen running across the floor. Was it something evil causing disturbance in the woman's home, or could it be something else entirely? The truth remains unknown. Unseen force. It was just another quiet night shift at a police station in Malaysia until things got weird. Officers were sitting around when the front doors suddenly creaked open on their own, and no one walked in. At first, they thought it was a prank, but the silence that followed was creepy. The footage shows no wind, any animals, or human presence. Some speculate it could be a classic poltergeist case, where unexplained physical disturbances are triggered, while skeptics pointed to faulty sensors. Whatever it was, it clearly shook the officers, and left behind more unease than answers. Driverless van. A van suddenly swerved across the carriageway and came to a stop with no one behind the wheel. Officers pulled over to investigate. There was no one outside, and the van appeared completely locked. They suspected someone might be hiding in the back, but both the driver and passenger seats were empty. No signs of anyone jumping out, and no footprints leading away. The van hadn't just rolled, it had steered itself. Body cam footage shows the unease setting in. The only possible explanation was that someone decamped toward the nearby woodland track, or something far stranger was at play. A locked van with no driver and no answers. Theater haunting. A man decided to explore an old theater long rumored to be haunted. With a camera in hand, he entered the silent auditorium, taking a seat and scanning the empty rows. Everything seemed still. No shadows, no sounds, just the creaking of old wood. But as he stood to leave, The unexpected happened. A nearby door slowly creaked open on its own. Behind it stood a terrifying figure, motionless, dark, and barely visible in the shadows. The man froze, filming just enough before bolting out of the room. The footage later sparked debate online. Some believe he captured a spirit tied to the theater's past. Others think it was something far darker. Either way, he never went back inside. Scary resident. Late at night, a woman noticed the front door of her Airbnb wide open, even though no guests were checked in. She called the police, fearing a break-in. 2 officers arrived and began clearing the house, guided by their body cams. The place was quiet, but something felt off. Every room had an eerie stillness, and the temperature seemed to drop the further they went in. The homeowner insisted no one was staying there, yet the officers couldn't shake the feeling they weren't alone. No intruder was ever found. The footage captured the officers visibly unsettled. Many now believe that the house wasn't just empty, it was haunted by something unseen.
Yeah, we're good.
Ghost Girl. An officer on duty at a restaurant claimed he saw a young girl sitting quietly in one of the outdoor chairs. He approached her and even seemed to be in conversation with her, but when staff reviewed the CCTV footage, the chair was completely empty the entire time. The officer could be seen talking, pausing, and even gesturing as if someone was truly there. The officer stood by what he experienced, insisting the girl was real. Some say he encountered a spirit that chose to be seen only by him. Others aren't so sure he was alone. Shapeshifter burglar. Officers responded to a suspected burglary at an old home on the edge of town. The front door was slightly ajar, and signs of forced entry were visible. As they cleared the area, one officer caught something unusual through the cracked doorway. A figure slowly backing away, but the way it moved wasn't right. Its limbs shifted unnaturally, almost fluid, like it was folding in on itself. The officer later described it as something inhuman, like a shapeshifter or a glitch in reality. When they entered, the house was empty. No footprints, no signs of escape. Some believe it was a spirit mimicking form. Others say it was never human to begin with. Either way, that officer never forgot what he saw. Midnight Wanderer. While patrolling a building at night, a lone security guard claimed he'd been speaking to an elderly woman who seemed lost. The footage, uploaded by Luis Alvarez, shows the man standing near the entrance, waving toward the darkness, though no one else is visible. He opens the door and waits by the elevator, gesturing and talking as if someone is right beside him. But then, without warning, he bolts out of frame and reportedly throws himself from the building. Viewers were quick to speculate. Some believed he encountered a demonic presence. Others say it was a hallucination, but with no trace of the old woman ever found. What really happened that night remains a mystery. Hotel encounter. At a hotel, strange noises were reported coming from an unoccupied room. A staff member went to check it out, while another monitored the CCTV feed. Moments later, police were called. The man who entered the room found no one inside, but the scene was disturbing. Furniture was tossed around, and the shower was running. Nothing explained the mess. But the real horror came when they reviewed the footage. A faint, misty figure could be seen exiting the room just seconds before the staff member arrived. It wasn't a person. Some say it was a restless spirit. Others think it was something old. Something the hotel should have never disturbed. Abandoned site. At an abandoned construction site, a man was surveying the area when something caught his eye. A dark figure standing completely still in one of the upper windows. The figure appeared humanoid, dressed in all black, with no visible facial features. It didn't move, didn't react, just stared down as if watching. When others returned to the same spot minutes later, the figure had vanished. The building was locked and had no power, making it impossible for anyone to enter unnoticed. Those who zoomed into the footage described an unnatural stillness, like the figure wasn't human at all, a shadow entity, or was it something far more ancient? Whatever it wasn't supposed to be there. Possessed encounter. Body cam footage from a routine traffic stop quickly turned disturbing. Officers approached a woman sitting alone in her car, but something was clearly off. Her eyes looked vacant, hollow, almost lifeless, and she wasn't responding to their questions. Instead, she started pulling at her own hair, shaking violently, and mumbling words that made no sense. At one point, her body stiffened before jerking uncontrollably, as if she were fighting something unseen. Some viewers believe she was experiencing a severe mental episode, but others aren't so sure. Paranormal theorists claim the behavior resembled signs of possession. The footage spread fast online, and to this day, no one can explain what really took over that night. Invisible driver. In a quiet parking lot, a man left his car and stepped away for a few minutes. Everything seemed normal until CCTV footage revealed something strange. With no one inside, the car suddenly began to roll forward, slowly at first, then picking up speed before crashing into a nearby wall. No incline, no mechanical failure, and the handbrake was confirmed to be on. When the man returned, he was stunned to find his vehicle had moved on its own. The footage went viral, with viewers pointing out the unnatural way the car turned just before impact. Some believe it was a glitch in the system. Others claim it was paranormal interference. Whatever it was, that car didn't move by mistake. Roadside sighting. While driving down a quiet road late at night, a man's dash cam picked up something chilling. A tall, pale figure stood motionless, its face completely obscured. The driver didn't notice it in real time, but when reviewing the footage later, the figure was unmistakable. It wasn't human, not by the way it stood without moving. The road had no side paths, no driveways, just woods. Some viewers believe it was a lost soul or spirit attached to the area. Others suggest it was something far more disturbing. Either way, whatever stood by that road wasn't waiting for a ride. It was watching. Ghostly apparition. While on duty at a shopping mall in Brazil, a police officer captured footage that quickly went viral.
At the very start of Sakamoto days, they were introduced to the legendary hitman, Sakamoto Pond.
You ain't hitting that shit in the sky. Thank God. Take out.
Look who's back! Thank God. They show this show again.
Be open
It
to
was a good
anything.
show. Spirit
Be open to chill things.
That was much better than in the next one.
Hey everybody! Welcome back to Scare Tactics, the show that's so crazy you'll try to dial 911 on your remote. But don't! That'll only take you to a porno channel. Meet Rebecca. Her friend Emma thought she'd be perfect to help stake out a warehouse with a private investigator.
I might throw her back on Scare Tactics. I think she's just gonna freak out when she sees all the stuff happening around her. We lived together for 3 years, so we pranked each other a couple times. Something like this.
Rebecca's about to learn the reason they're called stakeouts is because there are crazy vampires around. And you should have a wooden stake. You know, for vampire killing.
Just gonna sit here.
This is what we're going. These doors right here, this is the abandoned building. The company has to protect their asses, so they hire a security company like myself. Basically, anything that happens, you write it down, you make sure no one goes in or out. Fair enough? This is like my 4th ball of wire. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna run over behind the fence. Do you mind if I use the washroom?
I'm scared.
Really? Roll up the windows.
Hello?
Yeah, perfect. All right, stay here, please.
Hello? The door's just open and there's a guy like throwing paper out.
From the building?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Some guys are fighting. Come back, come back, come back. Come back, come back, come back.
What happened?
This guy was throwing stuff out. He threw that like the top of a coffin out, and then he stabbed someone. Can we please get out of here? Can we please get out of here?
Wait. I see something.
Can we please get out of here?
Let's stay here. What?
Get me out of here!
Stay here. Lock the doors. Hey, stop. Put it down. Stop what you're doing. You don't understand what's going on. Put it down. Get down.
Look, I'm coming down.
Wait, here. What are we doing in there?
You're making a big mistake.
Yeah? You're making a mistake, buddy. Get in the car. All right.
I don't want him near me.
You don't understand. What's the finish there, man?
Shut up! I'm gonna go check to see if that guy's still alive. You stay in the car.
Listen, I'm on your side. I wasn't done. We still have to kill the king. Are you listening to me? Don't let him go near that guy.
He's dead.
We gotta kill him. We gotta kill him.
He's dead.
No, he's not! No, he's not!
I was scared as hell. I was scared. I was scared as shit.
My whole life was flashing through my mind. This is so scary. Oh my god.
Calm down, Rebecca. Just because someone's trying to drink all your blood doesn't make them a bad person. Up next.
Oh my god.
Look what turned up in the wash.
You broke your promise to send you home.
Oh my god.
Man, Scare Tactic was funny. Yeah. I don't know why they started showing that show. It was a good show. Yeah.
From people vanishing without a trace to strange glitches that make no sense. These moments make you wonder, is something off with our world? And the answer is in this video, so stay tuned. A clip.
Introducing a new 2-in-1 ED plus testosterone treatment through Hints. This daily dual action pill can put your prescription straight to dollar fill.
from a 90s event was recently shared online, but there's something in it that doesn't sit right. While the crowd is clapping and cheering, one old woman stands out. She claps, then suddenly freezes mid-action. Her expression goes blank, almost like she's stuck, like a robot glitching or a clone malfunctioning. But hold on, tech like that is from today, right? So how did something so strange show up in the 90s? Now that's the part no one can explain. Real life GTA. Watching this clip feels like seeing a scene straight out of GTA Grand Theft Auto. One evening, as people were heading home from work, something weird caught everyone's eye. A man was running on the roadside, but not moving an inch. Sounds crazy, right? But that's exactly what was happening. He was stuck in place, legs running full speed, like some glitch had frozen him mid-motion. The strangest part, he didn't even realize it. And after a few seconds, the glitch passed, and he continued running normally, just like that, as if nothing had happened. Frozen ship. This video was shared by an unknown source and left viewers completely puzzled. A massive spaceship floating just above the ground, not flying up, not falling down, just stuck, hovering in place, like it's frozen in time. Many people are seen around it, all looking up in shock, and online, opinions went wild. Some believed it was a glitch in the universe, that it got stuck between dimensions. Others said it had to be some kind of trick or illusion. Disappearance glitch. A couple was sitting outside a cafe, just relaxing like anyone else. But then, something totally unusual happened. They suddenly vanished. Gone. Completely disappeared like they were never even there. People nearby were shocked and confused, looking around, trying to understand what just happened. 1 second they existed, the next, nothing. I don't think the couple was mysterious. Maybe it was a glitch in the Matrix, a small error, and they slipped out of reality.
Yeah, maybe it was.
Reptile score. After watching this, there's no doubt left. Reptilians are among us, and we don't even realize it. And the proof didn't come from a secret lab or hidden footage. It happened during a regular basketball match. A player jumped to score, ball in hand. But when the ball was about to slip from his grip, his hand stretched longer, wider, and for a few seconds, it didn't look human at all. It looked like a reptile's hand. He grabbed the ball midair and scored. No one noticed. Everything went on like nothing ever happened. Strange car. It was just another rainy evening, and a woman was heading home until something in the middle of the road made her stop cold. Right there, a car was stuck in a position that made no sense. The front part touched the ground, but the back was lifted high, hanging in the air like some invisible force was holding it. It wasn't moving. It wasn't falling. It just was. Stranger still, there was no one inside. It looked less like a car crash and more like it had been dropped there out of thin air. A teleportation glitch? Sure felt like it. Metro surprise. This clip will shock you. Just watch till the end. A man was heading to work, riding a metro train like any normal day. But then he noticed something strange. A strange figure stuck to the outside of the train door. At first, it just looked like a blur in the dark tunnel. But when the train came above ground, the sunlight revealed it clearly. It wasn't a shadow. And when the train stopped at the station, the twist hit. This figure was actually a young guy performing a stunt. He had clung to the outside of the train the entire ride. Unbelievable, right? Mirror twin. While recording her dance moves, something strange happened with this girl. Behind her was a mirror, but her reflection wasn't acting normal. It wasn't following her in sync. Instead, the glimpse inside the mirror looked right at her, almost like there was a twin inside, copying her every move. She quickly sensed something was off. Without wasting a second, she stopped and left the room. What would you do in this situation? Let me know in the comments. Mysterious teeth. Tupac, not real. It sounds wild, right? But watch this. During a casual conversation with a reporter, Tupac's smile seemed a little off. When he showed his teeth, something felt strange, almost like they weren't quite right. But it didn't stop there. In a split second, there was a glimpse of his teeth and tongue that looked unnatural, almost inhuman. It was like something creepy was hiding in him. He quickly covered up, kept his cool, and acted like everything was normal. But once you notice it, it's hard to forget. Bite and bite. Who knew a pizza slice could raise so many questions? At a public event, former President Joe Biden seemed completely normal until one strange moment changed everything. He picked up a slice of pizza, brought it to his mouth, but didn't eat it. Instead, he carefully pulled it back out, untouched, and then pretended like he was chewing, smiling, nodding, as if nothing weird happened. But why fake it? A normal person wouldn't do that. That's why many believe it wasn't really him at all. Maybe a clone, or even a reptilian pretending to be human. Reptilian Katy. It was just a normal interview with Katy Perry, sitting casually, answering questions like any other celebrity. But then came the moment that made viewers shocked. For a split second, her eyes seemed to change. Her pupils narrowed strangely, almost like a reptile's. The clip was later slowed down, and the closer people looked, the weirder it got. No odd lighting, no camera glitch, just eyes that didn't look fully human. Some say it was nothing, just a trick of the lens, but others believe it was something else, a glimpse of what might really be behind the fame. Moving ladder. Some tools just don't stay where you left them. These Chinese workers were on the job doing regular maintenance when something totally bizarre happened. A ladder placed nearby suddenly started moving on its own. It was just slowly sliding toward them, like it had a life of its own. That was the moment they made the smartest decision of the day. They dropped everything and ran, no questions asked. Sometimes work can wait, and so can haunted ladders. Sudden disappearance. When someone's running from the police, their biggest wish is to just disappear somehow. Well, guys, back in 2011, on a Texas highway, that's exactly what happened. A criminal was speeding down the road, trying to escape a police chase. Everything seemed like a normal pursuit until suddenly his car turned into a cloud of black smoke and completely vanished. No crash, no trail, no sign of him, just gone. The guy managed to escape the cops, sure, but the real question is, what dimension did he end up in? That part remains unsolved.
Like, for real.
Apartment
Like,
ruined.
how do a car disappear like that, man? Where the fuck did he go?
Back there again. First day in a new
That nigga
apartment.
went to a dimension never
Everything
came back
went,
in.
but for this man, it turned into one of the worst feelings ever. While settling in, he suddenly felt off, like someone else was there. Moments later, the tap turned on by itself. He walked in and felt like a strange presence was watching him. As he tried to check, the tap opened again. That's when he knew he wasn't alone. The final proof, a shadow moving in the other room. But when he checked in, no one was there. Now the real question is, should he stay or leave before it's too late?
Everyone can see you in your reflection, but
You crazy to tell you stay with that damn spirit.
Floating figure. A man was enjoying the calm, foggy weather near a quiet lake. Everything peaceful. But then, something unusual started to form over the water. At first, it looked like more fog rolling in, until it began to take shape. It wasn't just mist, it was a ghostly figure slowly floating across the surface of the lake. Before he could process what he was seeing, it vanished. Then came another, same slow movement, same eerie silence. And then that one disappeared too. Till today, no one knows what those floating shapes were. Scary feet.
What the hell?
A tourist was on a local train in Switzerland. The box was almost empty. Nothing unusual until he noticed a man sitting across, legs stretched out on the opposite seat. But it wasn't the posture that stood out. It was the feet. They didn't look human. Thick, misshapen, with rough skin, more like something out of a fantasy creature, almost orc-like. The man sat casually, maybe unaware someone was behind him. That one moment became the highlight of the tourist's trip. Something he could never forget. Vanishing cat. At first, it just looked like a regular cute cat doing its thing, jumping around, playing by the wall. But then came the twist. It casually walked straight through the wall, not behind it, not around it, through it. For a moment, it completely vanished. And before the confusion could settle, it reappeared the same way, walking back out, calm and playful, like nothing ever happened. These moments are slipping through more often than we realize. Handler behind. Two mouths, one voice, and no delay at all. A congresswoman named Stacy is seen speaking at a podium, but standing directly behind her is a woman whose behavior doesn't match the crowd. Her mouth moves in perfect sync with Stacy's word for word. No delay.
I'd like to introduce Ms. Director, page 55 from the committee's interview.
Like a shadow speaking at the exact same time. She doesn't blink much. Her face stays oddly stiff. It doesn't look like mimicry. It looks automatic. And when a powerful politician speaks like a puppet, someone else might be pulling the strings.
It would be representing what I said because I don't have much knowledge of that. They would be misrepresenting what I said because I don't have much knowledge.
Mystery hand. A mysterious clip of Pope Francis, supposedly from his final days, has surfaced from an unknown source, and it's got everyone scratching their heads. Pope is seen in a wheelchair, but something's off with his hands. There aren't just two. There's a third one, clearly visible, and it moves in a way that doesn't feel normal. Some people online claim this wasn't even the real Pope. They believe the real one passed away long ago. Others think he had some kind of dark power, and that third hand, maybe it wasn't even human. Strange man. At a local clinic's reception, a man stepped up to pay. He pulled out his wallet, and the moment it opened, a small flame shot out. Real fire, burning straight from inside. But he didn't flinch. No shock, no reaction. He simply closed the wallet like nothing happened, skipped the payment, and walked away. The receptionist was confused and a little scared. Whatever that was, it wasn't just some prank. Some people just don't feel like people at all. Ghost cloud. Even metro trains aren't safe from strange stuff anymore. In Texas, a local commuter noticed something truly bizarre. Across from him, through the train window, he saw a clown clearly sitting between two passengers. But here's the twist. In reality, no one was there. The seat was empty. So where was the clown actually sitting? And why could only he see it? No one knows. But one thing's for sure. That wasn't just a reflection. Reptilian mayor.
I think that all that that makes it a strike-out choice because they're not financial.
Rahm Emanuel, the former mayor of Chicago, found himself at the center of a bizarre controversy after a strange moment was caught on camera during a public appearance. As he was speaking, his face seemed to glitch, his eyes flickered, and his features briefly distorted. To many, it was just a camera error, nothing more than a weird frame. But for others, it was something far more unsettling. Could this powerful politician really be a reptilian hybrid, using his position to hide in plain sight? Skin shift. In one of Elon Musk's interviews, everything was going as expected, calm, confident, and typical Elon. But then came a strange moment that lasted less than a second. The skin on the right side of his face seemed to shift, almost like it didn't belong. For that brief second, it looked like someone else was sitting there, wearing Elon's face. But hey, if anyone's going to pull off something this weird, it's Elon. With him, nothing's really off the table. Eye roll. During During the 2016 presidential elections, a CNN show was running live when something totally off happened on screen. Political commentator Angela Rye was in the middle of a conversation when she suddenly rolled her eyes in a way that didn't feel normal at all. For a split second, it looked like she got spooked, like something inside her was trying to come out. But just as quickly, she snapped back and everything continued as usual. Still, that one expression said a lot. Something was definitely off. But what exactly? No one really knows. Eyes don't lie. Back in 2005, when most people had barely even heard the word reptilian, a strange interview flipped the conversation. A U.S. senator was calmly chatting with a host when suddenly her eyes began to change. Slowly, they started to look reptile-like. It didn't seem like she knew that she was getting exposed. Viewers were stunned. But the biggest twist? The interview vanished. Not long after airing, it was quietly taken down, and today, it's nearly impossible to find. Hidden Face. An old interview of Jenna Bush, daughter of former President George W. Bush, once stirred serious controversy. During the talk, her face slowly began to change. Strange marks appeared, and parts of her skin seemed to shift like it was turning reptilian. Even weirder, the interviewer stayed completely calm, as if nothing unusual was happening, almost like it was all planned. I think the moment was a quiet display of reptilian power, and maybe, just maybe, our most powerful families are being used like puppets. Royal glare. It was just a royal polo match until her eye told a different story. Queen Elizabeth II arrived at the Cartier Queen's Cup at Guards Polo Club, looking composed as ever, but something unusual caught everyone's attention. Her left eye was deeply bloodshot, almost glowing red under the sunlight. It wasn't a small detail, it stood out in every photo and every clip. She carried on like nothing was wrong, but that strange eye turned a normal day into something people couldn't stop staring at. Strange eye. Just moments before going on air, something strange happened to the news anchor. Her right eye suddenly started acting up, and it wouldn't open properly, no matter how hard she tried. Her facial expressions didn't match the situation. It wasn't just discomfort. It looked unnatural. Maybe it was just an infection, or she wasn't fully human to begin with. A robot glitching out at the wrong time. Eye reveal. The Gotthard-based tunnel in Switzerland is the world's longest rail tunnel, running deep beneath the Alps. But during its grand opening, something far stranger was caught on camera. A woman was speaking to a reporter about the project when suddenly her eyes began to shift. Slowly, they changed shape and color, turning into something that looked reptilian. She kept talking as if nothing had happened. Whatever she was, it wasn't just a guide. It was something else hiding behind human skin. Reptilian wife. While recording a casual video of his wife just lying on the bed, this man ended up capturing the biggest shock of his life. She didn't even know she was being filmed. Suddenly, a fly came near her, and she stuck her tongue out long and quick and ate the fly, just like that, like a full-on reptile move. For a second, he wondered if he married a lizard in disguise. One fly, one tongue flick, and his whole reality started glitching. Ozzy Unleashed.
Evening, Ozzy. What? Good evening, Ozzy. Hello there. How are you?
In his 1982 Night Flight interview, Ozzy Osbourne wasted no time creeping everyone out. The second he appeared, his body movements were strange, jerky, twitchy, almost like he wasn't fully in control. His eyes locked onto the interviewer with an eerie stillness, and his voice carried a strange edge, like he was playing a character or letting something else out. Then came the infamous moment he casually talked about biting the head off a bat.
We want to set the record straight. What head did you really bite?
Some guy went at one gig on the last to a bat and every night we do it a gig, you get all these crazy people that come through. Something's very weird. I thought it was one of those lower backs. I think it was a real back. Well, it worked for the head of it.
Even describing the taste, salty.
The next thing you want to
You
get
can't say anything about it, can you?
Well, sure, you can say anything you want.
I mean, the taste of that is very salty.
That wasn't an act. That was Ozzy. Raw and bizarre. Faces Swap event.
Really, Indiana, can you do all this in your app? Well, I could, but I love spilling the tea with Andre. What Grandma said. Credit unions, for real, for your future.
His orbital assault ultimate annihilates enemy defense bonuses. So with one promo code, I got Mr. Fantastic for Cosmic Crucible, Invisible Woman for War, then Human Torch, and the Thing. Pretty sweet deal. I guess that 4 code really was fantastic.
Marvel Strike Force. Click the link in the description to download it now, and for a limited time, use the code 4 to unlock the entire Fantastic Four team for free.
At a public event in Peru, a strange moment was caught on camera. A woman was hugging a man, talking normally until things took a weird turn. As she stepped back, her face started to shift. She didn't look like the same woman anymore. The man noticed and walked away, clearly terrified. But right after that, the woman's body changed again. This time, into an aged man. All of it happened in just 10 seconds. A full-blown shape-shifting glitch right in front of everyone. Silent one. He wasn't talking, but his tongue said enough. During a government official's press conference, a man standing nearby looked out of place. His face had strange features, something slightly off. But the real odd part was his tongue. He kept flicking it out in a slow, unnatural way, just like a reptile. He didn't speak, didn't move much, just stood there. If this really was a reptilian, his presence right beside a high-level official doesn't seem like an accident. That kind of placement feels more planned than random. Mysterious statue. Just like me, you'd probably think this was an old woman sitting quietly, but it wasn't. It was a statue, and not a normal one. Because when a man came to look at it, nothing strange at first, but something felt off. It was like the statue was staring directly at him. He stood there for a moment, unsure. Then came the twist. The statue slowly tilted its head, just a little, but enough to send a clear message. That was the moment he knew something was wrong, and it was time to leave. Match glitch. As I keep researching, I'm starting to realize just how many glitches exist around us. Like this one during a live football match. The goalkeeper reaches out to catch the ball, but something strange happens. The ball slips past him, bounces off the pole, and starts heading away. But then, within 1 second, it suddenly came back into his hands. Smooth, clean, as if nothing weird happened, and no one notices a thing. If not for the cameras, this would have been missed. Makes you wonder how many other glitches are happening, completely unnoticed. Strange man. Late one night, a man was looking out from his apartment window when something unusual caught his eye. Across from him, in a neighboring apartment that was usually empty, a light was on and someone was there. Curious, he looked closer and saw an old man. But something was wrong. His hands didn't look normal. Only 2 long fingers were visible, almost like they didn't belong to a human at all. Who or what he really saw that night is still a mystery. But one thing's clear, it wasn't just some lonely neighbor. Hidden truth. During an old interview on an Italian news channel, a woman believed to be a local model sat calmly answering questions. At first, everything seemed normal, but on closer look, something felt off. She blinked only once or twice during the entire interview. Her facial expressions, especially around the eyes and forehead, seemed stiff. It didn't feel human, more like a mask, pretending to be one. Back then, no one paid much attention, but now, after rewatching it, many believe she wasn't just a model. She might have been something else entirely, something reptilian. Vanishing car. At first, it was just a regular snowy day with quiet roads, low visibility. But for one man, the ordinary turned into something straight out of a sci-fi glitch. While driving, he noticed the car ahead of him slowly starting to fade. At first, he thought it was just the snow sticking to his windshield. But when he wiped it clean, the car had completely vanished midway. No turn, no trace, just gone. Maybe the snow wasn't the problem. Maybe that car slipped into somewhere else entirely. Different weather. Ever seen two different kinds of weather at the same time? If not, you need to see this. A group of tourists were vacationing in Switzerland. One morning, everything seemed normal until they looked out the hotel window. Outside, the weather was clear, with bright sunshine. But then came the confusion. One of them glanced at the room mirror, and in the reflection, it was snowing. They checked again. Outside, sunshine. In the mirror, snow. They had no idea what was happening, but we know what it sounds like. Just another glitch in the Matrix revealing itself for a second. Water mystery.
Alright, so it's moving.
A vlogger in Canada was recording a beautiful view of the mountains and the lake. Everything looked normal until he noticed something strange. Whenever he moved, the lake water stopped flowing. But when he stood still, the water started moving again. He checked multiple times to make sure it wasn't just his imagination. But no, it happened exactly like that. Again and again. Why was it happening? No one knows. All we can say is that lake and its water were hiding something. Something weird.
When you start moving, it looks like it's still. And then you go moving again.
Stuck mid-interview.
2 days ago, on the Today Show, Savannah Guthrie and Matt Lauer were talking about an upcoming performance from Lionel Richie. And Guthrie was saying that Lionel Richie takes her back to get a degree in her high school dance group. And then
Have you ever seen someone freeze like a paused video, not act literally glitch into stillness? During a live segment on CNN, Al Roker was standing with his co-hosts, all smiles, when suddenly he just stopped. No blinking, no twitch, not even a breath. Just locked in place like someone hit pause on him. The others kept talking, completely unaware that Al looked like he'd been snatched out of reality for a second. A few moments later, he snapped back like nothing happened. But that frozen stare, way too perfect. If this wasn't a glitch in the Matrix, then what was? Mysterious shadow. What he saw on that mountain didn't match the sky above. In a quiet South African town, a local noticed something unusual near the hills. A strange shadow had spread over a mountain. Dark and defined like a cloud was blocking the sun. But when he looked up, the sky was clear, spotless. There were no clouds anywhere. Still, the shadow remained, hovering over that same area for a long time. It was as if something was there, but also not. It didn't make sense. Felt like a classic glitch. Maybe the cloud was real, just not visible in our layer of reality. Strange protection. It was a regular government event. Nothing too flashy and the usual tight security. But this time, the real headline wasn't the speeches. It was the men guarding the place. A few figures stood out, tall, bald, and with faces that didn't quite look human. Their features were oddly smooth, their movements too perfect, and their eyes scanned the crowd like machines, dressed like humans. But something felt off, almost otherworldly. And here's the twist. They were there to protect our government. Strange, right? Road glitch. A woman was just heading home when she saw something strange right in the middle of the road. It looked like movement, but coming from inside the road. A few seconds later, her jaw nearly dropped. A squirrel slowly emerged, not from the side, but straight out of the ground, like it had phased through it. No holes or cracks, just straight up surfaced from nowhere. It looked completely normal and casually walked off. But for her, it was clear this was a glitch in the Matrix. Moving glass. This waitress approached a table to pick up plates and glasses from the table like it was just another normal day. But then came an unexpected surprise. One of the glasses suddenly moved on its own. She stared, not trusting what her eyes just saw. Then it moved again, clear, smooth, and with no one touching it. That's when she knew something wasn't right. Most people would have freaked out and left on the spot, but not her. She stayed cool, casually picked up the glass like nothing happened, and walked away. Now that's what you call fearless service. The subscriber pick. During the live announcement of the new Pope, a woman filmed something that most people completely missed. At first glance, the crowd looked normal, but when the footage was slowed down, a strange figure appeared. Something translucent, almost ghost-like, seemed to sprint through the crowd at unnatural speed. Some viewers claimed there were two of them, and surprisingly, this wasn't the first time. Others said similar figures were seen during the previous Pope's event too. While some were stunned, many weren't even surprised. According to them, when it comes to the Vatican, nothing is ever just what it seems. These clips surface during live streams, casual FaceTimes, or everyday moments. What they've captured feels anything but normal. So hold tight, because what you're about to witness are the strangest videos that have no explanation. The live video began like any other, just a beautiful lady sitting quietly, not saying a word. Nothing seemed out of place at first, but then she slowly raised her hand and pointed directly at the viewers, as if calling them to follow her. Without breaking eye contact, she started taking small steps backward, heading toward an open cupboard behind her. As she reached the shadows, her face changed, her features twisted, her eyes began to glow, similar to the nun from the movies. The calm stream turned disturbing within seconds. Viewers flooded the chat, unsure of what they had just witnessed. Some believed it was a prank or filter, but many weren't convinced. They kept asking the same question: was she really a person, or something else entirely? Possession on live stream. Two girls were live on camera, sharing horror stories with their viewers when things took an unexpected turn. One of the girls started acting strange, her expression changing slowly as she stared blankly ahead. Her friend, worried, held her hand and gently tried to move her, but the girl just kept staring at her in a creepy way. The atmosphere grew tense as the girl's body seemed to stiffen, her eyes darkening, and soon it was clear she had become possessed. Her friend, terrified, pulled her away from the camera. But then, after a few moments, the girl revealed that it was all a prank. The creepy performance was meant to scare her friend and the viewers, but the chilling moments still left everyone feeling uneasy. Screamer stalker. During a calm live stream, this streamer was chatting away, unaware of the eerie presence behind her. Through the glass door, a pale figure stood motionless, eyes fixed on her. The door remained shut, and she had no idea anything was amiss. Viewers in the chat were quick to point it out, but she carried on. Oblivious to the figure lurking just behind her. It wasn't until later, when reviewing the stream, that she noticed the chilling detail. There it was, staring right at her, unnoticed. The unsettling moment left her speechless, wondering what had been silently watching her during the entire broadcast. The mystery of the pale figure remains unexplained. Creepy lady. This girl was live on camera when odd noises came from the kitchen behind her. She kept the stream going, slowly turning her head as the sounds grew louder. That's when something strange crawled out into view. It had long, tangled hair that dragged along the floor, and its face was an unnatural red, almost glowing in the dim light. The figure moved slowly on all fours, creeping closer without making a sound. She didn't scream or run. She just sat still, lips pressed tight, eyes locked on the screen. Viewers watched in disbelief, unsure if it was real, but the fear in her eyes made it clear this wasn't a prank. Creepy masked man. A strange and unsettling video has been making its rounds online, leaving viewers in a state of confusion. At first glance, it seems like any other typical clip. A man recording himself casually talking to the camera. But as he removes a pale, lifeless mask from his face, everything changes. What's underneath isn't human. The man's face transforms into something unrecognizable, alien-like, and void of features. As the clip gains more attention, people can't help but wonder, is this an elaborate prank or something far more sinister? The video has sparked a frenzy of speculation, with some convinced it's proof of the paranormal or extraterrestrial. The mystery deepens, leaving more questions than answers. Peeking creature. An elderly woman named Vicky was home alone one quiet evening when something strange caught her attention.
Take it in here, oh my goodness gracious, what the hell?
From the other room, she noticed a mysterious creature peering at her through the doorway.
This house is haunted. There's something in the other room.
Her heart raced. There was no one else in the house, and she didn't have any pets. The creature's presence was chilling, its eyes unsettling.
What do you mean? I don't even know who you are. This house is haunted.
Vicky stood frozen, unsure of what she was seeing. Terrified and confused, she couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't just any creature. Now she believes it might have been a skinwalker. Hidden ghost. While exploring an abandoned house and streaming live, this man entered an old bathroom. As he panned the camera around, he saw something strange. A child's figure hidden behind the wall. At first, he thought it was a trick of the light, but as he moved closer, the figure became clearer. The child was crouched, staring at him. When he reached out to approach, the child vanished instantly, disappearing into thin air. Viewers were stunned, leaving comments filled with shock and confusion, but the child never reappeared, leaving the mystery unsolved. Haunted frame. While this man was casually talking to his viewers during a live stream, something strange started catching everyone's attention. Behind him on the wall, there was a photo frame of a woman. At first, it looked like any ordinary picture, but as the man kept speaking, the viewers noticed something odd. The eyes. The pupils of the woman in the photo weren't still. They seemed to follow the camera, slowly shifting as if watching the live stream too. The man had no idea, but the chat exploded with comments. Some said it was just a trick of the light, but others weren't so sure. The picture never moved, yet the gaze felt too real, like the woman in the photo was quietly staring, not at him, but at everyone watching the screen. Haunted dolls. While going live on Instagram, a man set out to explore an abandoned house, sharing the experience with his followers. Everything seemed normal at first, just dusty furniture and a quiet, forgotten space. But then he entered a room filled with old dolls.
Oh, that is creepy weird.
At first, they looked harmless, their eyes frozen in a blank stare. As he moved around the room, though, something strange happened. The doll's eyes began to shift, following his every step. Their bodies remained still, but their gaze never left him. The man, trying to stay calm, continued filming, but the growing unease was evident in his voice. His followers flooded the comments, pointing out the creepy movements. Realizing he had to get out, he rushed to leave, ending the live stream in a hurry.
Oh, that is creepy weird.
Ghost friend. She had been hearing strange voices from her daughter's room for days, but every time she checked, everything seemed normal. One evening, unable to ignore the unsettling sounds any longer, she decided to set up her phone and record. As the camera rolled, she waited in the hallway, hoping to catch something unusual. What the video revealed was chilling. Her daughter was sitting on her bed, playing with her toys, but in front of her, a shadowy figure was seated, staring at the child. It remained still for a moment, but as soon as the mother appeared in the doorway, the figure vanished without a sound. The mother stood there, confused and terrified, wondering if what she saw was real or just her mind playing tricks. FaceTiming encounter. A man was FaceTiming his wife while his children slept beside him on the bed. Everything seemed normal until he noticed something strange in the reflection of his phone screen. A creepy figure standing behind him. He quickly turned around, but the figure was gone. The room was empty. He checked again, but there was no trace of anyone or anything that could explain what he had seen. The house was quiet, and his children remained asleep, unaware of what had just occurred. Creepy doll. This creepy video from 2013 shows a doll during a quinceañera celebration. The owner introduces the doll to the camera, but suddenly the doll's head turns on its own. Facing her, startled, she throws the doll to the floor and rushes out of the room in fear. The camera captures the doll lying still, but the eerie feeling lingers. Viewers are left wondering what really happened. Was it a trick or something far more unsettling? The mystery remains unanswered. Ghost catcher encounter. What would you do if you saw something reaching out from the darkness, but it vanished before you could react? A group of ghost hunters had that very experience in an abandoned house. They were recording the eerie atmosphere, setting up cameras near the stairs while staying on a video call. One of the girls, sitting quietly next to the camera, suddenly noticed something moving. A dark hand emerged from the shadows, creeping toward her. In a panic, she grabbed the camera to record, but by the time she looked again, the hand had disappeared. The room was empty, and the chilling silence returned. The team couldn't explain what happened, and the footage only deepened the mystery. Curtain ghost.
So for today's drink,
While going live, this girl suddenly noticed movement in the curtains right behind her. Without saying a word, she quickly stood up, turned around, and punched toward the fabric, like trying to hit something hiding there. Then she yanked the curtains aside with force, looked outside for a second, and slammed the window shut. It all happened so fast that viewers barely had time to react. The live kept going, but everyone watching was left confused about what she had seen. Creature behind girl. It was just another ordinary live stream, or so it seemed. The content creator, immersed in her conversation with viewers, didn't notice what was happening behind her. Slowly, a shadowy figure began to appear in the corner of the room. It was subtle at first, hard to make out, but as it drew closer, the viewers started to catch on. They flooded the chat with comments, pointing it out, but she carried on, oblivious to the presence lurking behind her. It wasn't until after the stream that she rewatched the footage and saw it for herself. A chilling thought crept in. Who or what had been there, just inches away, unnoticed? Toy Story. One afternoon, a man was searching for his dog when he stumbled upon something that made him question reality. As he entered the living room, he saw his dog sitting beside Woody, the cowboy toy from Toy Story. What was strange was that the toy seemed to be interacting with the dog, almost like it was alive. The man couldn't believe his eyes, but as soon as he moved closer, Woody fell over like a regular dog, lifeless once again. Was it just a coincidence, or was there something far more bizarre happening here? The mystery lingered, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Screaming creature. As a girl was wrapping up some laundry while live streaming, she glanced up at the bathroom door and froze. At the top, a pale figure stood, screaming, but no sound came out. Her heart raced. Without thinking, she rushed to the other side of the wall, and when she did, the bathroom was completely empty. No figure, no noise. Just silence. She stood there for a moment, trying to make sense of it, but the unsettling image wouldn't leave her mind. What had she seen? Peeking intruder. While live on Twitch, a woman was casually chatting with her viewers when something strange caught her attention. Outside her window, a dark figure stood in the shadows, its long hair hanging down around its face. The figure didn't move, only stared into her room, sending an eerie chill through the air. She paused, her viewers flooding the chat with concerned messages, but she couldn't tear her eyes away. It felt as though the figure was aware of her watching, but the silence was deafening. She wondered, was it just a trick of the light, or something much more sinister? Twitch streamer. This Twitch streamer was in the middle of his usual live session when something unexplainable started happening. At first, everything seemed normal, but then the doors behind him began to open and close on their own. The lights flickered, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Then, objects on his desk started shifting around, moving as if pushed by an invisible hand. He stayed there, trying to keep it together, looking back at the camera, unsure of what was going on. His viewers flooded the chat with questions, but neither he nor anyone else could figure out what was causing the strange occurrences. It was an eerie moment that left everyone watching on edge, wondering if something unseen was truly there with him. Haunted house. This man was home alone, casually FaceTiming his friend when things took an eerie turn. He noticed his door moving, as if someone was trying to open it from the other side. A bit curious and uneasy, he stepped out to check, but found no one there. As he walked back inside his room, another door inside the room began opening and closing on its own.
What the No. Oh!
The unsettling moment continued. Objects around the house started shifting by themselves, like an invisible force was at work. He watched it all unfold live during his FaceTime call, with no explanation for what was happening. Shadowy figure. It started off as a normal night shift for 2 nurses in a hospital in Mexico. They were filming each other on a phone, just passing time. Until something strange appeared behind them. A dark figure moved past a doorway in the background, fast and silent.
I know, Mommy.
They quickly ran toward the operating room to check, but the space was completely empty. No one was inside, and there were no other ways out. Moments later, a medical table slid slowly across the floor on its own. Both stood still, unsure of what they were seeing. They called the authorities, but even after checking every corner, no one could explain what had happened. The footage left people with more questions than answers, and that quiet hospital hallway hasn't felt the same since. Live guest.
You know what I mean? Like, did anybody else just see that?
During a live stream, this man noticed a shadow move quickly across the room, heading into the kitchen behind him. He paused, eyes widening as he looked behind, but there was no one there. His viewers began flooding the chat, asking if he saw it too. The man slowly turned back to the camera, unsure of what he had just witnessed. The kitchen remained empty. Everyone was left wondering what had caused that shadow and where had it gone.
Did anybody else just see that?
Dark web lunch. Although the location of this video remains unknown, many believe the man sitting at the table might have been kidnapped and forced into participating. He was seated calmly, but appeared uncomfortable as mysterious figures in costumes surrounded him. They had prepared something for him to eat, but no one knew what it was. The man hesitated, glancing nervously at the camera as the figures stood silently in the background. The video itself is unsettling, leaving viewers with a sense of dread. The unsettling part, no one knows what truly happened behind the camera or why he was there in the first place. The mystery only deepens with each watch, making this video all the more eerie. Gamer horror. Gaming was supposed to be just another way to relax after a long day. This man had his headset on, fully focused on the screen, until a dark figure suddenly moved past the corridor beside him. Confused, he stood up and looked around the house. Every room was empty, no signs of anyone else being there. Then, one of the doors began opening and closing slowly on its own. He turned, and there it was again.
If you're walking by my office, I want you to knock it off. Is that you making all that noise back there?
The same dark shadow slipping out of sight near the kitchen. Before he could react, the chair beside his table slid back across the floor.
You're gonna lock yourself in the laundry room again? You're not leaving? You're not...
Completely on its own, he didn't wait any longer. Leaving everything behind, he ran straight out of the house, leaving the game, the lights, and the mystery still running inside. Girl encounter. A peaceful afternoon, a song to record for her mom. What could go wrong? But in the middle of her sweet melody, something strange interrupted. A soft knock echoed through the room, just enough to make her pause. No one was there, yet the knock came again, a little louder this time.
Yeah? Get buddy.
She cautiously walked to the door, but when her camera captured a hand above it, her heart raced. She opened the door, finding nothing.
Yeah? Jen?
Returning to her spot, the knocking continued. Then, as if the room itself had turned against her, her bedsheet slipped off the bed without a cause. There was no one, yet she couldn't shake the feeling she wasn't alone. Disappearing on live. People were waiting in line at the airport security check when something strange happened. The man at the front disappeared all of a sudden, right in front of everyone. No noise, no warning. 1 second he was there, the next, only his suitcase remained. People looked around in shock. thinking it was a trick, but nothing explained how he vanished without a trace. Security searched the area, but there was no sign of him, just an empty spot where he once stood. Moving doll. A little girl was recording herself while playing with her doll, laughing as she moved it around. Everything seemed fine until the doll's hand suddenly twitched on its own. She paused for a moment, unsure of what she had seen, but thought it might be a mistake. Then the doll's hand moved again, this time more clearly. Without a second thought, the girl stopped recording, quickly stood up, and ran out of the room, leaving everything behind. She rushed down the hallway, making her way straight to her mom. The room was left in silence, the camera still on the floor, capturing the empty space where the strange event had just occurred. Ghost hunters encounter. Ghost hunters were called to investigate a house where the current residents kept hearing strange footsteps.
Come to me. Are you a little boy?
Someone running up and down the stairs, even when no one was there. The house had a tragic history. A little boy had been lost in a fire years ago. During the investigation, one of the ghost hunters called out to the boy's spirit. What happened next sent chills down everyone's spine. Right in front of the camera, a shadowy figure, small, like a child, quickly passed by. There was no one else in the room, and the atmosphere grew heavy with an eerie presence. The team was left stunned, unsure of what they had just witnessed. Dogman on live. Imagine being in the middle of a live stream, casually sharing an unusual experience, when something strange darts across the screen. That's exactly what happened to a Facebook user in June 2020, as he recounted his chilling encounter with a creature resembling a werewolf or dogman. The room behind him seemed to darken. Suddenly, a tall, shadowy figure rushed across the frame, moving so quickly that it couldn't have been a person or an animal. The man's reaction was immediate. He slammed the door behind him, his face pale with fear. Though the figure vanished just as quickly as it appeared, it left an unsettling mystery. Was it a trick of the mind, or something far more unsettling lurking in the dark? Demonic entity. A girl was home alone, enjoying her evening when she started hearing strange noises from the kitchen. At first, she thought it was just the house settling, but the sounds kept getting louder. Feeling uneasy, she decided to record the kitchen with her phone while she stepped outside for a moment. When she returned and watched the footage, her heart dropped. An object had fallen from the counter, but what terrified her the most was the shadowy figure that appeared behind it, staring directly at the camera. In a panic, she ran out of the house, unable to explain what she had just witnessed, what had been lurking in her kitchen all along. Scary hospital. This grandson was spending the night at the hospital to look after his admitted grandma. The lights were dim, and the hallway outside was silent. But then, something unusual happened. A medical machine placed near the wall suddenly started to move on its own. No one was around, and nothing had touched it. Slowly, it rolled across the room and stopped right in front of his bed. He grabbed his phone and started recording, trying not to panic. The wheels didn't make much noise, but the way it moved felt unnatural, like someone invisible was guiding it. He looked around but saw nothing. The staff said the machine couldn't move without being pushed. That recording still leaves people wondering what really happened that night inside that quiet hospital room. Slide Ghost. Have you ever caught something on camera that you couldn't explain? That's exactly what happened to a mother recording her child's first time on the slide. As her little one eagerly climbed to the top, the camera captured something chilling. Just behind the child, a faint, ghostly face appeared at the top of the slide. It was still watching and completely out of place. The face didn't belong to anyone nearby, and it was so vivid in the video that it made her freeze. Was it a trick of the light, or something far more unsettling? Whatever it was, it left her with more questions than answers. Creepy Cook. A live video has been circulating on the internet, showing a strange, creepy woman with an unsettling smile. She stands holding a knife in her hand. Her expression never wavers, and her smile only grows more eerie with each movement. Viewers can't look away, unable to understand the unsettling vibe the woman gives off. The video has left many wondering what the woman's intentions really were. Heavy footsteps. The night had been calm until the couple began hearing strange noises coming from the basement. At first, they dismissed it, but as the sounds grew louder, the man couldn't shake the feeling something was wrong. He decided to investigate while streaming live. Heading down, everything seemed ordinary, nothing out of place. But just as he was about to leave, the distinct sound of heavy footsteps echoed from behind him. He turned around, his heart racing, but there was no one there. Confused and shaken, he quickly rushed back upstairs, the unsettling noise echoing in his mind long after the scream ended. Paranormal presence. This Instagram user was just trying out a few simple tests in his room. Nothing too serious. Just to see if anything strange might happen. First, he tossed a balloon into the air, casually watching it float. But then it jerked to the side, like something had smacked it. He looked around. No one else was there. In the second clip, he stood quietly, and that's when he heard slow, careful footsteps behind him. Moments later, something slapped his hand. For his last test, he set a toilet paper roll down and just watched. Bit by bit, it started to unravel on its own. He didn't speak much, just kept recording, quietly stunned. It was the kind of thing you don't expect to catch, but once you do, it stays in your mind. Skinwalker dog. One day, this streamer was casually recording his dog walking around the house when something unsettling happened. The dog, usually on all fours, suddenly stood up on its hind legs and began walking like a person. It moved with a strange, almost unnatural grace, as if it had practiced this before. The man, taken aback, thought he might be seeing things, but when he uploaded the video online, the comments flooded in. Viewers were quick to point out how eerie the dog's movement looked, with some even suggesting it could be a skinwalker, not a regular dog. The unsettling footage left everyone questioning what they had just witnessed, and it stuck with the streamer long after. Filter Ghost. While the couple played around with filters, something strange happened. They snapped a photo near a framed picture of an animated girl, and the filter, which normally only detects living beings, suddenly appeared on the image. The animated girl in the frame seemed to come to life for a moment, as if the filter had interacted with her. The couple froze, unsure of what they had just captured. Was it a glitch? Or was there something more to this odd moment? Chucky doll. On December 30th, a TikTok video was shared that quickly went viral, leaving viewers intrigued and unsettled. The video, captured by security cameras in a home, showed a Chucky doll placed on a chair, moving on its own, without anyone in the room. The footage footage recorded at 4:00 p.m. showed the doll sitting still in a room with mint green walls. Moments later, the doll's head slowly turned toward the security camera. It then moved its head left and right as though it were alive. The family, who had set up the camera to capture any unusual occurrences, were left shocked and speechless, wondering if it was a glitch or something far more sinister. Mimic on camera. This man was home with his friend when he suddenly heard his wife's voice calling from outside a locked door, followed by knocking. The strange part, his wife was out of town. Confused and worried, he quickly pulled out his phone and started recording the moment on Instagram Live. The voice sounded exactly like his wife, and the knocking grew louder. When they opened the door, no one was there. Viewers were left in disbelief, wondering what really happened. To this day, the source of the voice remains a mystery. And now, let's move on to the subscriber's pick. While live on TV, this reporter began acting strangely. At first it was subtle, but soon viewers noticed her face shifted, her skin seemed to ripple, and her features distorted, resembling something reptilian. Something similar happened to another news reporter too, where viewers noticed the reptilian face. The change was brief, but unsettling. Viewers flooded the comment section, questioning what they were witnessing. The reporter continued on as if nothing was wrong, unaware of the growing confusion. What caused this strange shift in her appearance? To this day, no one has an explanation. And with that, see you next time.
Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes, and we'll spot you up to $200. Plus, you'll pay no overdraft fees and no monthly fees. Apply now. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. We'll spot you up to $200. Apply now.
The spirit. It's no secret that ghosts are simply lost, wandering souls, unaware that they pass and often burdened with unfinished business. So it's no surprise that tragedies like war could cause an upsurge in ghostly activity. This might explain the creepy video footage you're about to see. Captured on a CCTV camera, a mysterious white thing appears on the left side of the screen. It quickly floats to the right past 4 unsuspecting women. The mysterious white thing disappears into thin air. YouTube viewers believe this to be a ghost caught on camera, but what do you think? A ghost or something else? Let me know down below. If you're a fan of scary videos, make sure you subscribe and hit the bell icon so you don't miss any future uploads. Who is that? I found this next entry in Facebook group, Paranormal Sightings, uploaded by user Husayla Medi. Husayla says that while home alone watching The Hobbit, he decided to take a picture of his newly renovated room and send it to a friend. This is the photo he sent. At first, the photo looks normal. However, if we enhance it, someone can be seen stood in the doorway, but the sailor says he was alone, so who is it? Facebook users have been left arguing in the comments on just who this figure standing in the doorway could be, with many suggesting that it looks like a person dressed in war uniform or a long coat and a tricorn hat. Others suggest there looks like there's two figures in the photo, which I can't see it myself. Maybe you can though. Regardless, this creepy image has really kicked up a debate in the paranormal sightings Facebook group. But is this a ghost? You tell me. The apparition. This next ghost video comes from the paranormal investigation channel Dark Arts TV Extra. Carl ventures out to the Brinksway tunnels located in Stockport, England. The tunnels were built in the late 1930s and used as a bomb shelter during World War II. Just 1 year after the tunnels were completed, Stockport suffered heavy bombings. Many people had to come down to the tunnels to survive. In the video, Carl embarks on a lone exploration of these tunnels, or at least he thought he was.
This is scary. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going still. See what I got to. I'm obviously probably not a wise idea that I'm walking up on my own stuff, but I don't know.